1 second. So let's see the Palestine. Okay. So let's watch the video in the class, and then you can see it.
One of the worst nights in Gaza since the start of Israel's war on the enclave.
Abu Haraki and his children, Abu Muhammad and his children, all dead. The house was full of people, more than 40 of them.
This exclusive Al Jazeera footage shows the aftermath of an airstrike on a family home in Beit Lahiya refugee camp in the north.
At 1 in the morning, people were asleep. Not a single warning was sent to them. It's a 3-story building with 7 children of the Tambora family inside it. They have been massacred tonight.
Stretched out and poorly equipped rescue teams spent the night searching for survivors and the remains of the dead. In central Gaza, more people were killed and dozens injured in another Israeli airstrike. The target, a shopping center in the Al-Nusayrat refugee camp. The blast set neighboring shops on fire. The courtyard of this hospital in Deir al-Balah, central Gaza, was strewn with the bodies of civilians. Doctors, family members and civil defense volunteers trying to identify the dead. Israel ordered Palestinians to go to southern Gaza for safety. And they came under attack. Nearly half of those killed are children. The Palestinian Ministry of Health says at least 1,873 children have been killed and 4,000 injured in the Israeli attacks since October 7. On day 16 of Israel's war on Gaza, an Israeli army video makes the onslaught look like a computer game. But for the Palestinians on the ground, it's an apocalypse. Mohammed Val, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Okay, so has everyone watched the video? Imran and Imran, have you watched the video? And Bahauddin?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you have to write answer the question I posted on the Google Classroom. Okay, regarding one of them, and then the other I will also send the other. 1 second. So I'll post this video, okay, for the other. So for the writing of the report, so you have to answer the question. Okay, so I'll post the video in the link, and you have to answer the questions. Then. Okay. So the English assignment is posted now, so you can start working on it. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, Mahdi, I have posted in the chat. I don't know. I will send it to you individually. This was the assignment, right? This is where it was posted. You have to click the link. Okay, and yeah. Okay, so Bahauddin and Iman start working on the English news report assignment. Okay. Okay, so back to grade 7. Okay, Aya, Haika, Siddiqa, please unmute, and we can do grade 7. Mehdi, you can also join this class for grade 7's math. Okay, it's a good revision. So tomorrow I will take out the course outline for grade 8. So you can join this class. It's for grade 7 math. Okay. So please unmute. Okay, Mehdi. Okay, so we did about these questions. 6 boxes of cheesecake cost 93.60 and each box contains 12 pieces of cheesecake. Okay. So how much, what is the unit price for, let's do B, because we did A yesterday, so B, each piece of cheesecake, okay? So 93.60 is what the cost of the items, right? All the 12 items, right? 12 cheesecake, right? So that equals to cost of is 93. And how many pieces of items we have? Like how many number of cheesecakes we have? Anyone? Haika, how many in the question? How many number of cheesecakes we have?
We have 12 pieces of cheesecake.
Yes. So cost of the 12. So what would be the unit price? So we have the cost of the total like amount 12 cheesecakes is 93.60 and number of cheesecakes we have is 12. So 96.0 over the number of, so the cost over the number of cheesecake is the unit price, okay? So that's what we're doing, dividing to find the unit price, like, okay, makes sense? So 93.6 divided by 12 is what? Can anyone do that? Haika, can you do that? Division?
Okay. I'm to divide 93 with 60 or 2.
So first we will start with 93, right? So 12 times what gives you 93?
12 times. That would be
Siddiqa, what is 12? Yes.
a 12 times 7 because that would equal to 84.
Okay, that's the closest, right?
Yes.
So 84, okay. So put the 7 on top. So 93 minus 84 is what?
Sorry?
What is 93 minus 84?
93 minus 84. That would be 9.
9, right? Okay. So then you bring the 6 down, but before we bring the 6 down, because we see a decimal beside 93, right? So you add also a decimal before we bring the decimal after the decimal number, right? Down. So we add the decimal on the top and then we bring the 6 down, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So then now what is 12 times what number gives you 96? Let's try 8. So 2 times 8 is?
8.
Yeah, 96, right? So 96 minus 96, you can put the 0 as well, but it's 0 and 0 because 96 minus 96 is 0, so you bring the 0 down, still 0. That means your answer is 7.80. Okay, makes sense?
Okay.
That's your unit price. Mehdi, does that make sense? Mehdi, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes. Do you understand how we did that? How we
Yeah.
get unit price? Okay. So now let's do the application question. On day 1, it took Sarah 80 minutes to run 10 kilometers. Okay. On day 10, it took her 3 hours and 12 minutes to run 20 kilometers. Okay. So let's write this down first. Okay. So on day 1, she timed, it took her, the time it took her was 80 minutes, and then the distance she covered was 10 kilometers. Okay. And however on the day 10, she traveled about 3 hours and 12 minutes, and the distance she covered was 20 kilometers. So on day 20, it took her 5 hours to run 30 kilometers. Okay. The time is the time she has was 5 hours, and 5 hours, right? So find the speeds per hour. Okay. So first of all, in the day 1, the time is 80 minutes. So they want the speed in kilometer per hour, right? So we have to convert, and we know that the formula is distance over time. So first we have to convert the 80 minutes to hours. So we know in 1 hour how many minutes we have? How many? Mehdi, how many in 1 hour, how many minutes we have? Mehdi,
Yeah.
in 1 hour, how many minutes do we have?
I don't know. I've been focused on trying to join the classroom, but it's not working.
So in 1 hour, there is 60 minutes. Okay.
All right, but I can't join the class.
You're not in the class?
Yeah, it keeps saying class not found when I try to join.
Oh, okay. Maybe because can you send me your email in the chat? But
Okay.
you can see the screen, right? So right now
Yeah.
just send me your email and then I'll add you so you can view it. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so 1 hour is equal to 60 minutes. Okay, so Dika, so how many minutes now we have left from 80? So 80 minus 60 plus 20 will give you 80. So that means we have 1 hour and 20 minutes. Okay, make sense? Okay, Siddiqa. So the distance is 80. The distance is what? 10 kilometer. How many kilometers? Yes, 10 kilometers over 1.2, which is 1.20 minutes, 1 hour and 20 minutes. Okay. So 10 divided by 1.2 will give you what? Haika?
10 divided by 2?
10 we did, right? Because we know that how many kilometers we have in the day 1 was 10 kilometers, right?
Yep.
And we converted the 80 minutes to in hours because we need the speed in hours. So 80 minutes we said was going to be 1 hour, which is 60 minutes plus 20 more minutes, right? That
Yes.
would give us 80 minutes. So that means 1.20 is our hour, right? We have to say like that. So can you do the division? 10 divided by 1.2, what does it give you?
Okay.
Happy.
So Siddika, can you also do the division? 1.2 times what number gives you 10?
8.3.
8.3? Okay, let's see. So let's just say 10 divided by 1.2, right? So that means 10 divided by 12 over 10. Okay. Okay, 10 divided by 1.2, you can write it like, then you can do the fraction, right? 1.2 is basically 12 over 10. So then you can do that, you can change the sign to opposite. So you can bring the 10 on top and the 12 on the bottom. So you get 100 over 12. Now you do the division. So 12 times what gives you 100? Siddika? So can you do the division for me? What did you get? Haika, Siddika?
Yes.
Yeah, Haika got 8.3. Can you do this? So 12, Siddika, 12 times what gives you 100?
Wait, 12 divided or 12 like times?
Yeah, 12 times, we have to write times it by some number to give us 100, right?
Undo.
Hi. 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 Hello? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Okay. So 12 times, let's try 9. So yeah,
It's like probably 8
yeah, 8.
because
Yeah.
the closest number would be 96.
Yes, good. So 96, right? Minus 100 will give you 4. And then you add a decimal, then you add 0. 12 times what gives you 40? 12 times 3 is 36. That's the closest, so get 3. Then another 4, so that means 8.33, right? Continues. So 8.3 is right. So Haika got the right answer, okay? Good. Okay, now we will be doing a measurement. So we have the area, we have volume, we have surface area. So Okay, this is what we will be doing. So find the areas of parallelograms and triangles. So the first is that we have area times equals to base times height. Okay, so for any like parallelogram, like this is the shape of a parallelogram. Like it's not like a rectangle, but it's just like it has like four sides, but it's like slanted, so tilted. So that is the base times height. And then the area of a triangle is also base times height over 2. So that's different, okay? So the triangle. So first of the parallelogram, we have its base times height. For triangle, it's gonna be half, basically, times base times height, right? So basically, base times height over 2 is the height for a triangle. Okay, so the second is like we have here is an example, right? Number A. So how much is the base? Like, so we have the 90 degrees and the angle is where, you know, this is the base. So this is where the 90 degrees is. This bottom side is going to be the base. And the height is going to be this side, right? The top, like the opposite side of the base. So that's the height. Okay, make sense? And the 10 meters is the length. Okay, so we have to right now find the area of the triangle because we know its area is base times height over 2. So what do you think is going to be the base? Siddiqa? Aya? So I told you that 90 degrees is this angle, right? This is 90 degrees. So whichever is at the bottom is going to be the base, okay? Makes sense from the 90 degrees. Makes sense? Aika? Do you understand? So what is the base in this case? Haika, what is the base?
The base is
This is the angle for 90 degrees, okay? Usually it's like L-shaped, so this is 90 degrees. This is our angle, okay, that's why it's saying that. And then any side that's going this direction is going to be at the bottom is the base, right? So what is the base in this A question?
base is where the AM is.
8, yeah, so good. What about the height? What is the height? This opposite from the height, yeah?
6M?
Yes, 6. So that's 6, and then 8 times 6 is what? What is 8 times 6?
48.
48. And then 48 divided by 2 is? What is 48 divided by 2?
24.
24. 24 meter squared. You know why I did meter squared? Because we have 1 meter from the base, which is 8 meters, and then we have 6 meters from the height. So the meters and meters multiply, so we get meters squared. Okay, on top we have to write 2, right? Like as a power, right? Make sense? Make sense, Siddika, Haika?
Yes.
Okay, then we have let's do B. Okay, that's for a parallelogram. But the parallelogram, it also has a triangle. So okay, so right now we have to determine we know that this whole side is 17.5, but we need to only find the height, the base from the 90 degrees, right? So in this case, we know the height is going to be what? 10 meters, right? And then it's easy to find the side for this because we have this side and we have this side, okay? So this is the length. Length is 12.5, and then the height is 10. Okay. So there is a formula to find the base, because it's length squared equals to base squared plus height squared. Okay. So we have 12.5 as the length, and then we have to find the base and squared, 12.5 squared. Okay. So then we have the height, which is, what is the height? The height is, can anyone tell me what the height is in this big question? Siddiqa? So I said length is this, and what is the height now? This is the base, right? But we only need to find this base. We already have, we have the whole base, but we only need to find this part. And what is the height now? Siddiqa, are you there?
Yes.
So what is the height? If the bottom is the base, what is the height gonna be?
10.
Yes, good. So 10 squared. Okay, so now I have to do 12.5 square root. So basically I'm saying, what am I saying when I'm saying 12.5 squared? It's 12.5 times 12.5. So what does that give you if you do the calculation? So let's consider this as like 125 times 125. Just don't consider decimal. And if you do that, 125 times 125, okay, 5 times 5 is, Haika, what is 5 times 5?
5 times 5?
Mm-hmm.
5.
What is 5 times 5?
Sorry?
What is 5 times 5 here? Because I said it's 12.5 times 12.5, right? So I wrote it as
It's
125.
25.
Yeah, 25. And then I put the 2 on top. So 5 times 2 is
10.
10. 10 plus 2 on the top,
12.
12. Then 5 times 1 again is what? Here,
5.
plus the 1 on top,
6.
6. Then 2 times, then I put the x below, right? And then on 2 times, I have to do 2 times 5. So 2 times 5 is
10.
yeah, 10, and then 1 on top, 2 times 2,
2 times 2 is 4.
4 plus the 2 on top,
6.
yeah. And then 2 times 1,
2.
then I put another 2 x's, so 1 times 5 is
1 times 5 is 5.
1 times 2 is,
1 times 2 is 2.
and then 1 times 1 is 1, right? Now I do the adding. Okay, so let's add. So what is 5 times plus nothing is what?
5.
And then 2 plus nothing is 0
2.
and 0. Yeah, 2. And 6 plus 6 is
12.
12 plus 5.
17.
And then 2 plus 2
4.
plus the 1 on top.
5.
So 1, 5, 7. Okay, and now because it's 12.5, right? Before we did 125, so we have to add decimal after one of the, like, basically after two numbers, because there's two numbers here before the decimal, so we have to add there. So two numbers before the last two numbers, right, are the numbers that we have to add. Okay, make sense? Right? Do you guys understand? Because it's a decimal, so you have to consider it as 50. So then we have to use the two place value, like so the 1, 2, right? Then you add decimal. Make sense? Everyone? Haika, do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. So that is our height. 157 squared. Okay. But once we get that 157.25, okay, that is our sorry, that's just our length. Okay, that's the length we just calculated. So now we have to do equals 8 squared. 10 plus 10 is how much? 10 times 10 is 100, right? That's the base we have. So then now we have to bring the 100 on the left side with the 157, right? So that becomes 157.25 minus 100. Okay, which is gonna be 57. Okay, because you canceled, right? So that's just 57. Now what you have to do is take square root, because there's a square beside, so you have to square root to get rid of it on both sides. So then you do the square root of 57.25. You can use this calculator in this case for this question. So 57.25 is gonna be so square root of it's about 7.566, which is gonna be 7.6. So that means our base is going to be our base. I mean, we have the base. We have the height. We have the base. So the base is going to be 7.6, right? That is our base. Okay, and meters. Does that make sense, everyone? Do you understand? Siddiqa, Haika? So the Pythagoras theorem, this is called this formula, length squared plus base squared plus height squared, is called the Pythagoras theorem. Okay, so it's good to remember this formula, length squared, the base squared plus height squared. Okay, and then you can get rid of the square by saying square root base square plus height square if you need to find the length. But if you need to find the base, it would be different. The base, we would do length squared minus 8 squared square root. Okay, makes sense? So these are two formulas, just write them down. Okay, is that good? Okay, so again, the same thing you have to do for F. Okay, let's do question number D. Okay, D, can you do this, Siddiqa? What is our base? What is our length? And what is our height? So we need to find the base, right? We do not have it. What about the height?
Wait for for
D.
C or A?
No,
Oh,
this one.
D. Okay. 11.5.
Yes. And do we have the base? No, right?
No.
Because it's the whole triangle, but we only need to find for this part, okay? So it's 12.5 is for the entire side, and we do not know this base, okay? And what is the length?
12.
12, okay. So again, we have to use the formula. So that means length squared plus base minus, we learned that minus 8 squared equals to the base, okay? And then we take the square root, that would make it, that would find the base only, okay? So length minus 8 squared, okay? So what is the length again? We have to write inside 12 squared minus 11.5 squared. Okay, so what is 12 times 12? 144, right?
Yeah.
And then minus 11.5, we can write 115 instead of writing 11.5 times 11.5. You can just write 115 times 115 and then do the calculations. So 5 times 5 is?
Wait, 5 times 5?
Yeah.
Oh, it's 25.
And then you put the 2 on top. 5 times 1?
Is 5.
Yes, plus the 2 on top.
7.
So 7. And then 5 times 1 again?
5.
5. So 5, 7, 5. Okay, and then now I do 1. So what is 1 times 5?
5.
So 1 times 5 is 5. And then 1 times 1?
Is 1.
1 times 1 again?
1.
Okay, so then 1 times 5 again?
5.
1 times 1?
1.
And then another 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's do the adding. Oops. Okay, so 5 plus nothing will give us
5.
7 plus 5 will give us
12.
and then 5 plus 1
Is 6.
plus the 5 on the bottom,
11.
11 plus the 1 on the top,
12.
plus the 1 1 plus 1 is what?
2.
Plus this 1 on top,
3.
and then 1, right?
Yeah.
What's 1 plus 1?
So now I have how many, because it's 11.50, right? So I go 2 places, so the decimal should be here, right? 2 places. That means 11.5 times 11.5 is 132.25. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so 144 minus 132.25. Okay. So now we have to do the calculation. So what is 144 minus 132.25? Okay, so let's just consider zeros to be here. So 0 minus 5 is 5, right? Then 9, make it 9, right? Because it's a 10, I take it from 1, so I make it 9. So now I make this a 3, okay, because I took the 1 from the 4. So 9 minus 2 is? Can anyone tell me what is 9 minus 2?
7.
7, right? Okay. What is 3 minus 2 now?
1.
1. And what is 4 minus 3?
Minus
1, right? So that means I'm left with 1 minus 1 is 0. So 11.75 is inside the square root. Now I can use the calculator to find what is the square root to find the base. Okay, so the square root is here. So okay. So that's 3.42. So that means my answer is base is 3.42 meters. Okay, make sense, everyone? Okay. Okay, so now find the area. Okay, areas. So this is for homework. Okay, so you guys have to practice these questions. Okay, area of a parallelogram is base times height. So the base is 6 centimeters, but remember, they're only telling you to find for you have to divide it in 2 equal parts. Okay, the height is the same, so that means that this side would be 3 and this side was 3. Okay, that means that the base you have is a 3 at one side, and then 5 is the height. Oh, the height is going to be the same, but the base, it can be different. 3 times 5 is what? Mehdi?
15.
15, yeah. This is our answer. And now, because we divided in parts, right? We have to divide area of the one side is divided by 2. So whatever we got, 15 divided by 2 is going to be what? Can anyone tell me? Okay, so what they did was also, like, before they did all that, they just used the 6. Okay, you can use the 6 to just find this the whole parallelogram. I didn't see the picture. This means it's the whole parallelogram. So the whole side is 6 and the height is always the same. So 6 times 5 is 30. And now they're saying that you have to divide it in 2 parts. Okay, so then the step by step is you take the area that you find for the whole parallelogram and you divide that by 2. So 30 divided by 2 is what? 15, right? So that we already calculated that in the short way, but they use step by step. Okay, so 30 divided by 2 is 15. So that's the area of that one side. Make sense, everyone? Okay. So you have to do this homework and I will post it on the Google Classroom. This worksheet is and this worksheet. Okay, so Mehdi sent me the email, right? Okay, so
Yeah.
I will add that in the Google Classroom.
Okay. Don't show it in public. I'm gonna get blown up with notifications.
Okay. Second. So I invited you, Mehdi, so you can check.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so grade 7, you can work on the math. Grade 7s and 8s, you guys can work on math. Okay, the assignment I posted just now, recently. Okay, and meanwhile, grade 6, you can do math, grade 6 level. Okay, so we will do, I'm just gonna share my screen for the grade 6s, okay? So you guys have 10-15 minutes, grade 7s, to do your assignment, to work on it, okay? Okay, so Bahauddin?
Yes, teacher.
Okay, do you want to do this question? We have to apply the operation. So can you do question number 1?
Okay, let me calculate it in my mind.
Okay. And Imran, can you do question 2? So this is first question is Bahauddin and this is Imran.
Okay.
Teacher, I think we already did this page.
Yeah, but let's practice one more time. Like just one question. I want to just see like so I can. So what's the first thing you do? Brackets? Where would I put the brackets? Here, right? So the 2 times 1.2 operation I would do first. Okay, always multiplication first, division first, okay? So 2 times 1.2, Bahauddin.
2 times 1.2 is 2.4.
4 plus the 0.3. After you have to, once you get the 2.4, you have to add, right? So 2.4 plus the 0.3. You open the brackets then, and then you write 0.3 plus 2.4, which is equal to 2.7. This is your answer. What about Imran? Did you do the question? 2? Where do you have to put the brackets first? Which
I'm almost done.
okay. Okay, Bahauddin, do question number 3 for me now.
5.3.
It still says class not found.
It still says class because did you check your email?
Teacher, I have the link to the Google Classroom you can join from.
Yeah, okay, send the link.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat for him.
No, because no, I did I'm sharing my screen, right? So this is your email, right? MTHM2011.
Yeah.
So you still haven't accepted the invite. How will you get into class? You have to go to your email.
I clicked on the invite and it said class not found.
Okay, Heike, can you share the link?
Yes.
Okay. My email, maybe I got. No, I did not get. Okay. Yeah, so you got it, Maddie? You have to enter your email and then you can access it, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Wahawaddin.
5.3.
Yeah, what do you get? What did you do? You get 5.3?
Yes.
For question number 3, right? You said?
Yes.
So first you did 10.2 divided by 2, right? Okay. So you get 5.1.
I joined.
Okay, good. Okay, 5.1 is your 5.1. You get after you get divided, then you get 0.4. You have to add, you get 5.5. So I don't know how you got 10 point how did you get 5.3?
I think I said 5.3 by accident. I meant to say 5.5.
Good. So it's all good. Okay, if you did that. Okay, then we can move on. But I still don't know if Imran did the question 2. Imran, hello? Imran, did you do question 2?
Wait, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Okay. It's 7.15.
7.15. Okay, let's see. So first I do 3 times 1.1, I get 3.3. Then I get 9.5 minus 3.3, which is going to be 5 minus 3 is 2, 7, 6.2. That's what I get. Imran, I don't know what you did. Imran, what did you do? Like, what did you do? How did you get that? I think you did 9.5 minus 3 first.
Oh yeah, I did 9.5 minus 3. Yeah.
No, that's always gonna be wrong because if you always have to think multiplication. Okay, first. That's the first. Addition, subtraction are all last. Okay. The rule is, it's called bed mass. Okay. Bed mass. That's how you remember. Okay.
Okay.
BDMAS. Okay. So brackets, first apply the brackets on whatever operation you're gonna do. Then division is always the number 1. Okay, division is even before multiplication. Then multiplication is second. Third is addition. Fourth is subtraction. Okay? Make sense? So now you have to look at it differently. Now I will look at the operation to 9.5. This case, there's no division, so that means you have to apply your brackets on the second position, which is multiplication. So 3 times 1.1. Okay, I apply my brackets. And then 9.5 is minus, okay, here. So I have to, before I do the 9.5 minus, I have to first solve my bracket operation. 3 times 1.1 is what? Imran?
Yes.
What is 3 times 1.1?
3 times 1.1.
Yes.
It's 3.3.
Then 9.5 minus 3.3 is,
What did you say?
then I open the brackets, okay, because I solved 3.3. So I got rid of my brackets and then I bring the 9.5 down and I subtract now, right? Because there's a subtraction beside 9.5 minus 3.3. So what is 9.5 minus 3.3 now? What is it?
It's 6.2.
Yes, good. That's my answer. Okay, one more question because I need to know like whether you guys really are good with this because I don't know. I don't see the fluency, like maybe you have some difficulty. Okay, let's do 7. Imran, can you do question 7? And Bahawal, can you do question 8?
Okay.
Good. Can you zoom in on question 7 because I don't really see it?
Okay. Okay, you see it now?
Yes, I do. Okay, so addition and subtraction is last, or which one?
Addition is last, yes.
Okay, and subtraction is last two.
Yes.
Okay.
Multiple division is the first one.
Okay.
I think it's 23, teacher.
Okay, let me see. Okay. First she did 2 divided by 3. We get
2 times 3.
no, the operation is 2 divided by 3. So this is where I have to put the bracket. Okay, so 2 divided by 3 means I have to put this here and then 3
Which
times
question, teacher?
8. Question 8?
Oh, I thought it was question 9.
Oh, okay. Then okay, I'll do 1 second. Okay, so you did what? 2.1 times 3? That is, what did you get as an answer?
6.3.
Okay. Times 3, 6.3. Yeah, but that's 6.3. But what about for 5.2 times 2?
5.2 times 2, I got 10.4.
Okay. So 10.4 plus 6.3 is what?
16.7.
Yeah, that's your answer, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Imran, have you done yours? Imran? Imran, are you there? Have you done question 7?
I'm almost done.
Okay. Okay, Bahuddin, I want you to do question 8, okay?
Okay.
Okay, got my answer.
Yes, what is your answer?
It's it's 6.2.
So 0.3 divided by 3 first. Okay, so that means 3.1, I get. 3.1 times 2 is 6.2. Good. And Bahuddin, have you done yours yet?
Yes, it's 9.
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
9.
9? Okay. Let's see. 2 divided by 3. I mean 0.6 something 66, right? So 0.6 13.5. So that means I get 6,600. Okay. So I can do one more thing. Okay, 135 over 100. So that means I get rid of, I can divide 135 by 100. Okay, so it's, or I can just do, I can use the calculator in this case, but let me just try one more time. 135 times 66, which is gonna be 30. 6 times 3 is 18, plus 3, 21, 6, 7, 8. Then 30 again, 3. So 18, 19, 20, 21. Then 2, 6, 7, 8. Again, that means I get 8, 9, 1, 0. Okay. So 8, 9, 1, 0 over 2 zeros. Okay. So I get rid of 0, 0. That means I'm left with 891 over 10,000. So that means, 1,000. 891 over 1,000. So that means my answer is gonna be 0.891, which is 0.9. So this one you got 0.9 or just get 9?
I got 9 because I did it from the left to right, like the hint said.
Oh, 1 second. 113.5 over 10. Yeah, you're right. Actually, you're right. Yes. Yes, so that means 891 over 100 is just 8.91. So that means 8.91 is 9. Good, good. Okay. Okay, Bahauddin, no problem. 9 is
Okay.
but you can leave the answer decimal is better, 8.9, okay?
Okay. Teacher, break time.
Okay. You guys can go on break. I will give you these 2 worksheets to practice, okay? Because I see some, maybe you understand, but a little bit more practice is better, okay?
Okay.
I'm doing a quiz. So this quiz is making me. If I get the quiz, then I get 30 points, 30 Microsoft points. 1 second, I just need to do this quiz. Okay, which 5 are popular tourist attractions in New Zealand? No, in New Zealand. Wait, what are 5 popular tourist attractions in New Zealand? Okay, Bay of wherever. Okay, Bay of Islands. That's here. Playboy, no, May. Whoa,
Okay, everyone. Can everyone come back to class? We will be doing social studies. I mean science first and then social studies. Okay. Before we do science, we will go over a little bit of English. So English for grade 8. Okay, so we already did English grade 6. So English for grade 7 and 8. Let me just open. So we are on parts of speech. Okay. So can Haika read? Haika, are you there? Siddiqa, can you read? Grade 6, 7, grade 7 and 8, can you come back to class, please?
Sister, what
Siddiqa,
do I read?
yeah, basic parts of speech. 1 second, let me just share the screen. Yes, can you read now? Siddiqa, can you read basic parts of speech?
Okay. Parts of a speech are the basic words that make up phrases, clauses, and sentences. The four basic parts of speech, nouns, adjectives, verbs, and adverbs, make up over 95% of all words in the English language. For definitions and examples of phrases and clauses, see chapter 12, lesson 1 and 2. Do I read noun as well?
Yes, you read.
Okay. We traditionally define a noun as any word that represents a person, place, or thing. However, nouns often do not function on their own. They work with attendant determiners and adjectives to form noun phrases. We can also distinguish further between abstract nouns and proper nouns, those that represent a specific person, historical event, or other name. Proper nouns are always capitalized.
Mm-hmm. So example 1 is Mary jogged. So Mary is a name, right? It's a spelling. It's a name of a girl, and her name is a noun, right? A proper noun. Okay. Okay. Now example 2. Haika, can you read example 2?
Okay, example 2. Woman is a noun, but the word also has the terminate that and the adjective tall. Preceding it, all three words working together make up the noun phrase that functions as the subject of the sentence.
Yes. So the tall is an adjective because that's describing how she is. So that's a adjective, but the phrase itself, a tall woman is a noun. Okay. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. Adjectives. Also, can you read Haika?
Okay. Adjectives or describe nouns. Many adjectives have characteristic endings such as delicious, ish, uppish, full, beautiful, and are, war.
Airy. Like
Airy, very. You can modify adjectives using first very, extremely, and imperative words, more, most, least, less, just as with nouns, adjective, and then to modify form, adjective, phrase.
okay. To find an affordable car. So affordable is like you're adding able, right? Able, beautiful, right? These are all ending with able. These are adjective phrases. So these are adjective. That's an adjective, okay? And the car is it's like a name of a thing, or any name of a person is a name of a city is a noun. So car is a noun. Okay, Mrs. Chu needs to find a more reliable car. So able again is a adjective, okay? It's preceded by a word more comparative word, which is makes it a adjective phrase, okay? And then car is still a noun, right? We already know car is always a noun because anything, book, car, van, these are all name of name of things. These are all nouns, okay? Verb. Who's gonna read this? Can Mehdi read verb? Mehdi? Mehdi, are you in class? Mehdi, can you read? Aya, can you read verb?
Yeah, I can read. I can
Okay.
read.
Yes, read,
Do I read the
please.
sentence?
Yes.
Okay. Verbs are defined as action words, but may also introduce states or descriptions. They are often marked by auxiliaries
Auxiliaries,
of
yes.
verb and its auxiliaries. A verb and its attendant auxiliaries make up a verb phrase. All who is or what is conducting the action, often in sentences that command or suggest to listener the subject you will be omitted. Many verbs require an object who or what is receiving the action. Do I
Okay,
read the rest?
yes, the example. Read the example. Can you
Example
read
1. Robert dropped the ball during
the final
Robert dropped the ball during the final
seconds of the game?
yeah, yeah, that thing just glitched for me. Hold on. All right, it's back. The verb of this sentence is dropped. The subject of the verb is the noun Robert, and the object is the noun ball. Example 2. Go to my office and fetch my keys. The subject of these verbs is the implied you, which is omitted in commands or requests. Example 3. I could finish my essay by 8 o'clock tonight. The verb finished is attended by auxiliary could. Both words make up the verb phrase. Here's a list of auxiliaries that can attend to a verb. Must and ought to have the no past form. Auxiliaries are defined as part of the verb, not as a separate adverb. Present, past, will, would, shall, should, can, could. Adverb. Adverbs act as modifiers of verbs, describing their time, place, reason, or manner, like adjectives. Adverbs can be qualified very quick.
Many,
not all. Adverbs end with slowly, apparently, strangely. Pierre quickly ran to the main points of his argument. The adverb quickly is modifying the verb ran. She threw down the gauntlet quite suddenly. The adverb suddenly is being qualified by the word quite. This adverb phrase modifies the verb through from versus function.
Yeah. Thank you, Mahdi. So yes, a little bit more. Let's Aya, can you read? Aya?
What?
Aya, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. From versus function. In lesson 1, we defined the different parts of speech by their own form. We basically words while ignoring how they might be working within a sentence. However, in order to understand words of speech work grammatically in sentences, we must use a functional terminology. Remember, form refers to part
of speech.
speech of a word as it is defined, while function refers to how the word or the form of a word is static, whereas its function might change from sentence to sentence. Example 1. Eating an apple a day can keep the doctor away, or something. In this sentence, the word eating, which is formally defined as a verb, functions nominally as if it were a noun because it is the subject of the sentence. Example 2. Is this the picture of Joseph's mother? By making Joseph formally a proper noun, possessive, we are using it as a modifier to describe whose mother we are talking about. Therefore, it is functioning adjectively. Example 3. Her truck, a red Chevy, was parked around the back of the house. Here we are using the noun phrase adjectively to describe the noun truck.
Okay, so these are some questions for you to do. Identify the nouns, adjectives on what we learned today. Okay, so remember that any part of the speech can come in the form of phrases. So I will be posting these questions on the Google Classroom, so you guys can work on it. Okay.
Tabata could read next.
Sorry. We will be doing science now. Okay.
Never mind.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so yesterday we did Earth's outer layers. Now we're gonna do Earth's inner layers. So can Bahauddin read?
What's below our feet? What's way below? If we cut Earth open, we'd see the following layers from inside to outside: inner core, outer core, mantle, and crust. Alternatively, you can think of the brittle lithosphere riding on the plastic sphere roof.
Okay. A little bit more layers by composition.
Layers by composition. The layers scientists recognize are pictured below. Figure below. A cross-section of Earth showing the crust, mantle, outer core, and inner core. The lithosphere includes the crust and uppermost mantle, and the atmosphere sits just below the lithosphere.
Okay, good. Haika, can you read for?
Okay. Mantle and crust are versions based on composition. The crust is less than 1% of Earth by mass. There, the two types of crust and crust. The metal is hard and dark rock. It represents about 68% of Earth's mass. The core is mostly iron metal. The core makes up about 31 of the Earth's core has two layers, a solid inner layer and a liquid outer layer.
Okay. Good. The terms core, mantle, and crust will be described in more detail in the next three concepts. Okay, so let's watch a video to explain what.
Ooh, video.
Hey, I'm just making a planet.
Hey, is that
Well,
Bill Not a Science
this is how
Guy
planets
from
like
Walmart?
Earth get their structure anyway, because of
I think
different
so.
layers of density. Even today, with all of our modern technology, we've only been able to drill about a third of the way through Earth's crust. So, how do we really know if it's solid, liquid, hollow? Luckily, Earth has this tendency to violently shake and occasionally burp up some of its insides. And that's taught us a lot about our planet's guts without having to go down there. We're used to seeing density at work. That's the same reason that the atmosphere, the least dense part of our planet, is on the outside. And the crust, the second least dense part of the Earth, is beneath our feet. Because I'm less dense than the dirt, I don't sink into the ground. And even though there's about 1 ton of atmosphere above my head, it's not dense enough to send me floating. The main layers of the Earth are organized in the same way. Depending on whether they're divided up by how they squish around or what they're made of, geologists give different names to the different layers of the Earth. So that's how it is now. But to really understand why the Earth is organized the way it is, we need to go back to before our planet even existed. In the very young universe, hydrogen and helium were pretty much the only elements around. They condensed into stars, began the process of nuclear fusion, and eventually died, spitting heavier elements from carbon and oxygen to things like nickel and gold back out into the universe. One of those heavy elements, iron, is the most stable element produced outside of a supernova, and the early universe produced a lot of iron. That'll be important in a second. Fresh hydrogen and helium went on to form new stars like our sun, and the heavier elements collided to form the dust and debris that would become our solar system's planets and moons and asteroids and everything else. High temperatures in the early inner solar system meant that light volatile elements could only condense further out, which is why the 4 inner planets of our solar system are dense and rocky, while outer gas giants like Saturn could hypothetically float in a really big swimming pool. After proto-Earth grew larger, radioactivity, gravity, and violent boom booms melted that messy mixture of rocks and minerals, and this is where things started to get organized. Just like that tower of density, the heaviest materials like iron and nickel worked their way to the core. The lighter materials like aluminum and silicon stayed near the surface. The inner core experiences pressures more than 3 million times what we do on Earth's surface, which means that despite being as hot as the surface of the sun, the iron in our planet's inner sphere is likely solid and not liquid. The outer core is most likely liquid because it's hot, but not under as much pressure as the inner core. We know that's the case because of earthquakes appear on the surface. As certain kinds of seismic waves travel through the Earth, the liquid outer core either refracts them or blocks them altogether. And that creates seismic shadows on the opposite side of the planet. If you want to use pressure to melt metal at home, just stack up 16 million pennies. The one on the bottom should liquefy in no time. Mercury is so close to the sun that its atmosphere has long since blown away. But luckily for you and me, our liquid metal outer core lets us have an atmosphere. Deep metallic convection currents create a magnetic field that shields Earth from the solar wind. Otherwise, we'd be pounded with deadly radiation, our atmosphere would be blown away, and Earth really wouldn't be a very lifey place. Over time, Earth continues to cool, so more and more of its liquid outer core is turning solid, and we're shrinking little by little. Every earthquake that we feel is Earth taking one step closer to cooling off and becoming a real third rock from the sun. So there you have it. Like Carl Sagan said, we are star stuff who has taken its density into its own hands. It's density, right?
Okay, so did we understand what was being explained about the Earth layers, inner layers, and how the temperature cools off?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so these are the layers, right? We explained, they explained in the video as well. Lithosphere is composed of the crust and uppermost mantle. The lithosphere is brittle, rigid, and solid. It is easily cracked or broken. Okay, so then there's the asthenosphere. It's below the lithosphere, and then that is also in the upper mantle. This layer is solid, but it can flow and blend. Okay, a solid that can flow easily. Do you know how they were saying this? The solid, the earth sometimes becomes liquid and then turns into solid. This is one of the lithosphere, right? It's below the lithosphere. It's called the asthenosphere. So these are some questions you can do for homework. Okay, on what we learned. Okay. Now we will be doing science. I mean social studies. We have done science. So yesterday we did the role of money. So was anyone able to answer the questions from the role of money? Did everyone understand?
Yes.
Okay. This is back to science. Okay, monetary policy and banking and economy. Okay. Can Imran read monetary policy, banking and economy?
Okay. Monetary policy, banking, and the economy. The crucial question is how long will it take for the Fed's policies to affect the economy? The influence of the Federal Reserve and monetary police is enormous and complex.
The word is policy.
Policy is enormous and complex. Not even the Fed can truly calculate exactly what will happen in the short run or the long run when it conducts monetary policy, because there are various other issues to consider, such as the timing and burden of the policy. When all the elements of the economic performance are analyzed and monetary policy is adjusted, the Fed may find the economy is difficult to fine-tune.
Okay. So changes in the money supply affect the interest rate, the availability of credit, and the price level. Expansion and contraction of the money supply affect the cost of credit. The quantity theory of money has been repeated through history. Okay. So these are some questions. What is the short run impact of monetary policy? Why do people view the interest rate as a measurement of the overall health of the economy? Why does the Fed try to avoid political confrontation, especially during election years? Okay, money as a store value. Can anyone read this chart? Mehdi? Mehdi, can you read this chart? Money as a store value. Is Mehdi in the class?
Yeah.
Yes, can you read this chart? Do you see this chart? Money as a store value. Can you read
Yeah.
this? What does it say?
Okay.
M3. Yeah.
M3 borrowed money. M2 plus large time deposits. I can't see properly. Institutional money market funds, short-term repurchase agreements along with large liquid assets. M2 money and closed substitutes. M1 plus small saving and time deposits, also known as quasi money or term deposits. Money MO plus demand deposits, also known as sight deposits or checking accounts. Currency in circulation. The narrowest definition of money limited to bank notes and coins in public circulation. Circulation.
Okay, can you read this? This table shows.
This table shows the different types of money commonly defined by economists. The bottom represents the most liquid forms of money, MO, which is used primarily as a means of exchange. The broadest measure of money defined here, M3. This includes forms of money used as a store value. Cash in your pocket certainly saves as money. But what about checks, credit cards? Are they money too? Rather than trying to state a single way of measuring money, economists offer broader definitions of money based on liquidity. Liquidity refers to how quick a financial asset can be used to buy a good or service. For example, cash is very liquid. Your $10 bill can easily be used to buy a hamburger. Your savings account is not easy to use. You must go to the bank or ATM machine, withdraw that cash. But to buy your lunch, thus $10 in your saving account is less liquid.
Yes. So explaining what are they explaining? Liquidity means like, what is easily accessible, right? To buy, so your cash money is easily accessible. Maybe your checking account money is easily accessible, right? But the savings account is not that easy to get. Yeah. Okay, so measuring money. Siddiqa, can you read measuring money, currency, M1 and M2?
The Federal Reserve Bank, which is the central bank of the United States, is a bank regulator and is responsible for monetary policy and defines money according to its liquidity. There are two definitions of money, M1 and M2. Money supply. M1 money supply includes those monies that are very liquid, such as cash, checkable demand deposits, and travelers' checks. M2 money supply is less liquid in nature and includes M1 plus savings and time deposits, certificates of deposits, and money market funds. M1 money supply includes coins and currency in circulation. The coins and bills that circulate is an economy that are not held by the U.S. Treasury at the Federal Reserve Bank or in bank vaults. Closely related to currency are checkable deposits, also known as demand deposits. These are the amounts held in checking accounts. These are called demand deposits or checkable deposits because the banking institution must give the deposit holder his money or on demand when a check is written or a debit card is used. These items, together, currency and checking accounts in banks, make up the definition of money known as M1, which is measured daily by the Federal Reserve System. Travelers' check are also included in M1 but have decreased in use over the recent past.
Yeah. So there's some. What did we learn? Mehdi, did you hear what we were reading about M1? Do you understand what demand deposits are? Like what happens?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So when only like a check is given, the money can be you deposited in the check via debit or
Yeah.
So these are some things.
Yeah. I spent my mom's credit card on gold.
Okay. So a broader can you read this Bahauddin, a broader definition?
A broader definition of money. M2 includes everything in M1 but also adds other types of deposits. For example, M2 includes saving deposits in bank, which are bank accounts on which you can easily withdraw the money at an automatic teller machine or bank. Many banks and other financial institutions also offer a chance to invest in money market funds, where the deposits of many individual investors are pooled together and invested in a safe way, such as short-term government bonds. Another ingredient of M2 are the relatively small, that is less than about $100,000, certificates of deposit, CDS, short-time deposits, which are accounts that the depositor has committed to leave in the bank for a certain period of time, ranging from a few months to a few years, in exchange for a higher interest rate. In short, all of these types of M2 are money that you can withdraw, you spend, but which require with a greater effort to do so than the items in M1. Figure 2 should help in visualizing the relationship between M1 and M2. Note that M1 is included in the M2 calculation and M2 money.
Yeah, good. Okay, who else? Imran, can you read the Federal Reserve System? Imran, are you there? Imran? Okay. Aya, can you read? Aya? Aya, are you there? Aya?
Tabarak, you should read.
Yes, can you read Aya? Who wants to read? Mahdi? Haika?
Yes.
Can you read the Federal Reserve System?
Okay. Just say Adi is saying in the chat that Brooke hasn't read.
Who hasn't read? Tabarak? Okay. Tabarak is in which class though? Like grade 6, right? Okay. So Tabarak, can you read?
Yeah.
Tabarak, the Federal Reserve System, can you start reading?
The Federal Reserve System is
presentable for taking the
Amount.
amounts of MT and M the amounts of MT and M2 purpose
A weekly.
a weekly result
Release.
release of
Information.
information about the money and supply to per, to provide an idea of what these
Amount.
amounts sound like um
According to.
according to the Federal Reserve Bank's mm,
Measure.
measure of the US money stock at year end 2012, MT in the
United.
United
States.
States was $2.04 trillion, 2.4 trillion, while MT was US GDP in 2012 was 16.3 trillion. Bank
A breakdown. A
a
break.
breakdown of a breakdown of the
Portion.
portion of each type of money that
Comprise.
comprise MT and M2 in 2012 as provided by the Federal Reserve Bank is provided in Table 1.
So you can see components of M1 in the United States. The currency was 1,090, and the travel trucks. These are how they are composed in M1, right? These are all the list of things that are added.
Yeah.
So total what ended up with 444.9 trillion, so about 2.4 trillion. Okay, so these are billions. Okay, the they give is 3.8 billion. Demand deposits are 1,351 billion, right? These are in billions. Okay, and then the M1 is composed of different, like it's lower as no, it's actually lower compared to the M2 is lower than M1. Okay, because it's organized, composed in differently, like money supply, saving account, time deposits, right? These are different components. So the line separating M1 and M2 can become a little blurry. Okay, Mehdi, can you read sometimes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sometimes.
The line separating, huh?
Start from there.
Sometimes blur.
The lines. Yes, you're correct. Read from the same.
Where's sometimes?
Sometimes after the
I don't
line.
see sometimes.
Yeah. Sometimes. Element.
Oh, okay. At the bottom.
Sometimes
Where
elements.
is it?
It's the second line here. Sometimes. You see this?
Sometimes elements of M1 are not. Yeah. Sometimes elements of M1 are not treated like alike. For example, some businesses will not accept personal checks for large amounts, but will accept traveler's check or cash. Changes in banking practices and technology have made the savings accounts in M2 more similar to the checking accounts in M1. For example, some savings accounts will automatically allow depositors to write checks, use automatic teller machines, and pay bills over the internet, which has made it easier to access savings accounts, as with many other economic terms and statistics. The important point is to know the strengths of limitations of the various definitions of money, not to believe that such definitions are as clear cut to economists as, say, the definition of nitrogen is to chemists.
Okay.
Me.
So, Aya, can you read where does plastic money
Tomato.
Okay. So in class, I please suggest Mehdi, you do not. I think some other people's talk, so I feel like it's a little bit disturbing for the class. Can you silent mute it if you find it okay?
Yeah, my sister's sitting beside me. She always unmutes me.
Okay. So it's good. Okay. Okay, then who else is in the class? Aya, can you read? Aya? Is Aya in class or she left? Aya is here? Aya, are you there?
I was going to the room.
Yes, can you read? Where does plastic money like debit cards?
Where does plastic money like a debit card, credit card, and smart money fit into this picture? A debit card like a check is an instruction to use the bank to transfer money directly and immediately from your bank account to seller. It is important to note that the definition of money is checkable deposits that are money, not the paper check or the debit card. Although you can make a purchase with a credit card, it is not considered money, but rather a short-term loan from the credit card company to you. When you make a purchase with a credit card, the credit card company immediately transfers money from its checking account to the seller. And at the end of the month, the credit card company sends you a bill for what you have charged that month. Until you pay the credit card bill, you have effectively borrowed money from the credit card company. With a smart card, you can store a certain value of money.
Okay, good. So, can someone write reading? Some smart cards. Haika, can you start reading from some smart cards?
Okay. Some smart cards used for specific purposes like long distance phone calls or making purchases at a bookstore and cafeteria are not really all that smart because they can only be used for certain purchases or in certain places. In short, credit card, debit cards, and smart cards are different ways to move money. When purchase is made, But having more credit cards or debit cards does not change the quality of money in the economy any more than having more checks printed increases the amount of money in your checking account.
Okay. Bahauddin, one key message.
One key message is underlying this discussion of M1, M2 is that money in a modern economy is not just paper bills and coins. Instead of money is closely linked to bank accounts. Indeed, the macroeconomic policies concerning money are largely conducted through the banking system. The next section explains how banks function and how a nation's banking system has the power to create money.
Good. Okay. So money is measured with several definitions. M1 includes currency and money in checking accounts, demand deposit, travel checks, also a component of M1 but are declining in use. M2 include all M1 plus savings deposit, time deposits like certificates of deposit and money market funds. Okay. So the monetary policy, most economists believe that the monetary policy is the manipulation of interest rates and credit conditions by a nation's central bank, has a powerful influence on a nation's economy. Okay, monetary policy works when central bank reduces interest rates and credit more available. As a result, business, investment, and other types of spending increase, causing GDP and employment to grow. Okay, but what if the interest rate banks pay are close to zero already? They cannot be made negative, can they? That would mean that the lenders pay borrowers for the privilege of taking their money. Yet this was the situation that the U.S. Federal Reserve found itself in at the end of 2008-2009 recession. The federal funds rate, which the interest rate for banks that the Federal Reserve targets and is its monetary policy, was slight above 5% in 2007. By 2009, it had fallen from 0.16. Okay, Imran, can you continue the Federal Reserve situation?
Okay. The Federal Reserve Station was further complicated because of fiscal policy. The other major tool for managing the economy was constrained by fears that the federal budget deficit and the public debt were already too high. What were the Federal Reserve's options? How could opinions? How could monetary policy be used to simulate the economy? The answer, as we will see this chapter, was to change the rules of the game.
Okay, so money, loans. Can you continue, Siddiqa? Money, loans.
Ohio.
Money, loans, and banks are all tied together. Money is deposited. Money is deposited in bank accounts, which is then loaned to businesses, individuals, and other banks. When the interlocking system of money, loans, and banks work well, economic transactions are made smoothly in goods and labor markets, and savers are connected with borrowers. If the money and banking system does not operate smoothly, the economy can either fall into recession or suffer prolonged inflation.
Okay, the government of every country has public policies that support the system of money, loans, and banking, but these policies do not always work perfectly. Okay, this chapter discusses how monetary policy works and what prevents it from working perfectly. How the central bank executes monetary policy. The most important function of the Federal Reserve is to conduct the nation's monetary policy. Article 1, Section 8 on the U.S. Constitution gives Congress the power to coin money and to regulate the value thereof. As part of 1913 legislation that created the Federal Reserve, Congress delegated these powers to the Fed. Monetary policy involved in managing interest rates and credit conditions, which influence the level of economic activity I described in more detail below. So the central bank, it has three traditional tools to implement monetary policy in the economy: open market operations, changing reserve requirements, and changing discount rate. In discussing how these three tools work, it is useful to think of the central bank as a bank for banks. That is, each private sector bank has its own account at a central bank. So we will discuss of these monetary policy tools in this section below. Okay, so there's three. They're gonna be explaining the three tools, which is open market, okay, changing reserve requirements, and the changing discount rate. Okay, so this is you have to read through, what these three tools are. Okay, so this is the changing reserve requirements. Okay, and this is the changing the discount rate. So I'm gonna be posting these three basically the link. So you have to read through these three and explain them to me in as a I will ask you, like, as a question. You have to explain them, three of the tools, okay, of the monetary policy. Okay, so that is your homework. And then then we will continue the reading tomorrow for the rest. So today your homework is just read through the three monetary policy tools and explain them, okay? So I will be posting the assignment for social studies. Okay. I have posted the questions, so you guys can start answering. I will also post a link. Um, So you guys can start answering the question. Click the link and answer the questions. Okay.
Hey, Excuse Is there a class I was supposed to join?
Teacher, can I leave for a break?
Yes, Bahauddin, you can leave. Everyone can go on the break, okay?
Okay.
Yay! Bye!
Excuse me.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Okay, so we have the teacher here and
Hi, teacher.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Bautin, and I will. How are you?
Good.
How are you, teacher?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good. So I'm waiting for your teacher, Papa, Sister Papa. Yes. Can you, Sister Saba, can you send me the breakout room, please?
You have reached mailbox number 437460908. Please leave your message after the tone.
Hello? Yes. You text me about you were looking for baby.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. How many people
Hello,
are
hi.
you?
Me and my two children. Yes.
Okay, that's it?
Yes. There are three. Yes.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum everybody. How are you?
Walaikum assalam. Alhamdulillah. How are you, teacher?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine too. Who is Tabarak? Who are these people?
They're
New
new
people I see in the
students.
classroom. Who are these people?
They're new students.
Hmm?
New students.
These are new students. Okay. MashaAllah. Can you introduce yourselves, new students? Hmm? Tell me about yourselves, new students. Please speak. Turn on your camera so I can see you. No, you don't want to speak? Hello? What kind of students are these? Where is Saba? This is very strange. Can you speak, new student? I don't think we can learn like this.
Wow.
Okay, so what do you want to learn today? You're not responding, you're not talking, half of you don't respond, don't talk. So what would make you, respond to the classes, respond to, the teacher? What do you want to?
Cameras on.
What's on?
Cameras.
No, I can't see you.
No, like if you want people to pay attention, make sure they're at their computer, make sure their camera's on.
Excuse me?
Yes, sister, he's saying that everyone should have their cameras on. Like we always ask, even when you log in, everyone's supposed to have their cameras on during the class.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I'm telling you that at least you turn on your camera the first time you attend class, so the teacher knows who you are, right?
Yes, I'm telling you, I'm saying the same thing, sister, that everyone is supposed to put their cameras on. So everyone, Aya, Bahauddin, Tabarak, and who is this? Haika. Yes, please, Haika, please put your cameras on. Everyone during the class, when you log in, everyone's supposed to keep their cameras on so the teacher can see you. Aya,
Let me
Bahauddin, are you there?
I'm going to turn on
Yeah.
Okay, everyone, please keep your cameras on so the teacher can see you, and then everyone's supposed to respond to the teacher. Okay, Jazakallah khair.
Okay.
Teacher, it's live on YouTube, so that's why I don't want to take any safety risk.
Okay, so what you can do is, if you
Oh,
want, you can
safety risk. It's school. Calm down, buddy.
Yeah, it's basically what happens that you can, there's two options. Like some sort of teachers, they have niqab, right? You could be covering a little bit, or you could make there's something on the face you can put as a screen, but then the teacher has to see you. Even the teacher is wearing a niqab, right? But she comes on the screen, and usually on the screen there's something like a book. There's usually text on the book. So even if you're sharing the screen, only when the teacher goes back to check it comes on the record. Otherwise the screen comes, whatever is on the screen. Okay.
Teacher, I usually answer the teacher almost every time.
Okay, that's nice, mashallah. All right, who is there? Aya, are you there? Please respond to the teacher. Okay, so you can go ahead, inshallah. Sister Wafa, is your mic working?
Yeah, my mic is working. I'm just turning on the book now.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, let's begin. And inshallah, that's where we stopped yesterday. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And begin reading. Who wants to read first?
I can read.
Okay, read from the first paragraph.
Okay. The second said, "Did Allah not find anyone else to be his messenger?" The third said, "I do not want to talk to you. If it is true that you are Allah's messenger, you are too great for me to speak to you. If you are lying, then you are not worthy answering."
You are not worth answering.
He stayed there for 10 days, calling people to Islam, but without success. To then his departure, people among the nobles of the city hurl abuse at him, and even threw stones at him until his feet began to bleed. It did the best to shield him. He received a painful wound in his head. The mob continued to chase the Prophet Islam and his companion until they were driven to the outskirts of the city. There the Prophet Islam and Zayd took shelter in a vineyard which belonged to Utbah and Shayba. They were the sons of Rabia. There he prayed to Allah for help and support using touching words. When Utbah and Shayba showed the Prophet ﷺ wearing and bleeding, they were weary and bleeding. Weary and bleeding, they were moved to pity. They sent their slave us with a tray of fresh grapes. Thus was a Christian and belonged to. He was deeply impressed by the noble character of the Prophet ﷺ and by his prayers when he received and ate the grapes. When the Prophet ﷺ learned that thus was from Eve, he mentioned the Prophet Yusuf Islam.
Prophet Yunus alayhi salam.
Islam. The mention of the Prophet Islam completely won the heart of us so much so that he kissed the Prophet's hand. You want me to continue reading?
If anybody else wants to read, they can read.
I can read.
Read.
All right. From where?
From the next page, second page.
All right. The long journey back home. Heartbroken, the Prophet and Zayd set out on the way back to Mecca. When he reached the Qar al-Manazil, Allah sent Jibreel, guys, along with the angel of the mountains, who asked his permission to bury Mecca between al-Akshabain, the two mountains flanking Mecca. The kind-hearted Prophet replied, "No, I hope Allah will bring forth from them those who will worship Allah alone and will not associate anything to him." The Prophet proceeded to Nekla, where he stayed for a few days. One night when he stood up to offer the night prayer, a huge crowd of jinn who were attracted by the beautiful verses of the Quran gathered to listen to the recitation of the Quran.
Recitation.
Completely lost in his recitation, he was unaware of the extraordinary gathering around him. Angel Jibreel gave him the news of the extraordinary event that was taking place in Wadi Nakba. Surah Al-Jinn, Surah 72, was revealed to him. Allah had caused a company of jinn to come to the Prophet and listen to the Quran. When it was finished, they returned to their folk. and asked them to believe and follow what they had heard from Allah's Messenger. After leaving Wadi Nakla, the Prophet stopped at Hira and sent a message to Mul
Mutab ibn Adi.
Ibn Adi, a notable Nakir, and asked him if it was possible to give him protection. Muslim instantly agreed. He called his sons and asked them to take their weapons.
Who else wants to read?
Teacher, can I read?
Yes.
And assemble near the Kaaba. When they had assembled, Mut'im called out loudly that he had given protection to the Prophet ﷺ, and that whoever harmed him would have to face the consequences. So the Prophet ﷺ managed to enter Makkah safely. After visiting the house of Allah, he went home in peace.
Who can answer the questions?
Teacher, I know the second one.
Who knows the first one?
Yeah, I think some students we can see in the camera, they're talking, but we can't hear because they're not unmuting themselves. So please unmute yourself and then talk. Jazakallah.
Who knows the answer to the first one? Utbah and Shayba. The answer to the first one is Utbah and Shayba. What's the answer to the second one? The people of Taif worshipped. What did the people of
Idols.
Idols? Okay. The third one, Dash offered protection to the Prophet ﷺ after the death of Abu Talib. Who offered protection? Who remembers? You read, but you don't pay attention, right? Who paid attention? I mean, who offered protection? Nobody knows? Yes. Motim. Motim gave protection. to the Prophet ﷺ after the death of Abu Talib? Motim. Okay? Remember Motim. Who gave protection after Abu Talib?
Motim.
Motim.
Motri.
Okay? When did Khadija and Abu Talib die?
The 10th year of prophethood.
Yes. When did the death of Abu Talib occur? No. What did the death of Abu Talib cause?
Without now the prophet is left without the protector.
Okay. Describe one incident of persecution that the Prophet ﷺ faced. What is that one incident?
His enemies were gonna harm him.
But what happened? Like when he went to Taif, people, what did he do? When he went to the city of Taif, what happened?
There was 3 men, they were really rude to him, and they reject the prophet's call to Islam. There was 3 men, they were really rude to him, and they also reject the prophet's call to Islam.
They threw stones at him. People are usually rude with the noble people. Who was Zayd and how was he related to the Prophet ﷺ? Who was Zayd? Zayd was his freed. He was his freed slave. And later he was the scribe of the Quran. Later when Prophet ﷺ died, he was also the scribe of the Quran. Okay, what strange thing happened in Wadi Nahwa? What strange thing happened in Wadi Nakhla? He stopped at Hira and sent a message to Motim. Oh no, before that, Surat Jinn was revealed to him. A company of Jinn came to Prophet and listened to the Quran. When it was finished, they returned to their folk and asked them to believe and follow what they had heard from Allah's Messenger. Okay. What is the year in which Khadija and Abu Talib died? Known as Amul Hazn. It's known as Amul Hazn. Okay?
The 10th year of prophethood.
Yeah, and it's known as Amul Hazn. Okay? Amul Huzn or Amul Hazn. Let's okay. Why are you playing in the camera? Why are you making faces? You're not supposed to do that.
Oops.
Behave yourselves in class, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. You're doing it again. Don't behave like this in front of the class.
Sorry, my brother came and tried to disrupt me, but I beat him in the stomach.
What did your brother do?
He was trying to distract me, but I hit him. Your brother. Why is it so quiet suddenly?
Sister Wafa?
I'm opening the other book, sister.
Yes. If you can let them know, it looks like, what happened.
Oh, my regular students know, but these ones are new, so they don't know.
Okay.
Okay. Did everybody memorize yesterday's translation?
Yes.
No, I wasn't here yesterday.
We were here yesterday.
You weren't what?
Here.
Yesterday I wasn't here yesterday. Like yesterday I wasn't here, so I didn't come. I didn't recognize it. Yesterday I wasn't. Me and Mehdi.
The two new students, I know about you. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me that. I know that already.
Wow, you're smart.
Okay, Bahauddin and Haika, can you repeat the translation of the first 3 verses?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Abasa, he found
What the
and turned away, and ja'ahu because
because
al-a'ma, the blind man, wama and what
what?
yudrika can inform you la'allahu yatazakka that he may become pure.
Oh yes.
Okay, good. Now read the next word and its translation. The new students can observe how we conduct this class, and then inshallah they can participate from next time. Okay, Bahauddin, let me just zoom in for this.
13 out of 69.
Okay, read the translation in Arabic for this one, inshallah. Say 3 times.
Aw yazakkaru, or he might receive admonition. Aw yazakkaru, or he might receive admonition. Aw yazakkaru, or he might receive admonition.
Oh yes, or he might receive admonition.
Yes, good, mashallah. Okay, now everybody say the translation of the second one. This one, fatanfa'ahu.
Afa'u, and my
prophet him fata'ahu, and my prophet him fatahahu, and my prophet.
Watanfa'ahu, say it properly.
Fa'ahu, and my prophet him.
Okay, and this one, al-dhikra, the admonition.
Al-zikra, the admonition. Al-zikra, the admonition. Al-zikra, the admonition.
Okay, good, mashallah. And this one, amma man istaghna.
Amma man istaghna, as for him
who thinks himself
self-sufficient.
As for him who thinks
himself self-sufficient. Amma man istaghna, as for him who thinks himself self. Anta, so you fanta, so you fanta, so you
fanta, so.
Okay. Lahu tasadda, to him attend.
Lahu tasadda, to him attend. Lahu tasadda, to him attend. Lahu tasadda, to him attend.
Wama, and nothing.
Wama, nothing.
Nothing.
Alayka, upon you.
Alayka, upon you. Alayka, upon you. Alayka, upon you. Alayka, upon you.
Alayka, upon you.
Allah yazakka, that he will not become pure.
Allah yazakka,
that he will not become pure. Allah yazakka, that he will not become pure. Allah yazakka, that he will not become pure.
Wa amma man, but as to him who.
But as to him who. Man, but as to him who. Wa amma man, but as to him who.
Ja'aka, came to you.
Ja'aka, came to you. Ja'aka, came to you. Ja'aka, came to you. Ja'aka, came to you.
Yas'a, running.
Yas'a, running. Yas'a, running. Yas'a, running. Yas'a, running. Yas'a.
Wahuwa yakhsha, and he is afraid of Allah.
Wahuwa yakhsha, and he is afraid of Allah. Wahuwa yakhsha, and he is afraid of Allah. And he is afraid of Allah. Wahuwa akhsha,
Yakhsha.
Wahuwa yakhsha, and he is afraid of Allah.
Okay. Good, mashallah. Is that enough for today?
Yes, teacher.
Okay. Will you be able to memorize it?
Let's move on.
Yes? No?
Yes, this is enough.
Hmm?
This is enough.
Okay.
Yes, 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 yes.
No, I want to learn. I want to look on.
Okay.
Stop, Ahmed. My brother is being stupid today.
Okay, so what we will do now is, inshallah, we will do something very interesting.
I love interesting stuff.
Just give me a minute. I'm just trying to, it's just not letting me. 1 second. Mhm. Oh, لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. Hello?
Yes.
Okay, here it is. This was a simple step and I wasn't able to do this before. So here it is. Here you go.
Okay.
Complete this word search.
Who now no damn cameras? Tabarak, I think your mic was muted. I mean, you should say something. Tabarak tried to say something, but I think she meant to unmute
What are
her
you
mic.
saying? I don't know what you're saying.
I think Tabarak wanted to say something.
Can you repeat yourself in a little slower volume? Slower pace?
Never
What are
mind.
you saying?
Tabarak was talking. I think she wanted to say something, but she forgot to unmute.
So she can unmute herself and repeat herself?
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you properly.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Okay. So everyone in the class is turned. I'm sorry.
I can't hear you now.
Okay. So people in the class have to turn on the cameras because no one is paying attention.
I don't know what you're saying.
I think she said people have to turn on their cameras.
We'll tell Sister Saba that our students are not, following the rules. We'll tell Sister Saba, okay?
Okay.
Yeah,
but
she can send a message, an announcement or a message, okay?
I open camera.
Bro, pull up her dog or cat.
What was that?
Okay.
Okay, who scribbled on the page? Remove this scribbling.
Miss, how do I pull up the page? Like, how do I get it, the thing with the page?
Annotate would be on the top or at the bottom. Just annotate and you can draw on the screen. You don't have to print it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
If you
Hmm. Complete? Yeah? Okay, good.
I think there's 3 words left.
You complete the 3 words too. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay, you tried your best. You didn't tell me what is this one.
That's pray.
That's pray. Where is P?
I think the marker went over it.
Okay, that's pray. Okay. Okay, good job, everybody. Is it, why do I feel it's Thursday? I don't know. What day is it today? Tuesday? Okay. Okay, take care of yourselves.
Okay.
Okay, Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz.
Free Palestine.
I am a Mukli, and you are a Khanzir. What happened to the class? Why is everyone gone? Did the class finish? Oh my god, the class finished. Holy Oh my god. Did the class finish? Can someone please answer me? Did the class finish? Hey, Mrs. Admin, did the class finish?
Yes, yes, that's right. The class finishes at 2. I don't know what the teacher should have told you. Did the teacher tell you?
Okay, this is my first day.
No, she didn't
Okay,
tell
no
us.
problem. Okay, no problem. Take care,
Goodbye.
inshallah, and participate in the
Bye.
class, and then see you tomorrow. Okay? Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullahi
Inshallah,
wa
I will see
barakatuh.
you. Bye, inshallah, I will see you tomorrow.
Inshallah.